stuff that we need to update. Alright, let's export this to Stream Decker. And let's update Stream Decker. Come on. Upload. That one. And okay. Let's make sure Stream Decker hasn't. Alright, Stream Decker, why do you not want to sync up? Why do you hate me so? What did I ever do to you? Come on. Alright. Stream Decker is up to date. Is there anything else I'm missing? I'm 100% sure there's something that I'm missing, right? Alright. Is that everything? Stream Decker's updated. Titles updated. We're live. Yeah, I guess that's everything. Alright, so our good stream buddy, Astrionic, this is Mengucci's list. It is Mengucci's exact 75. I wanted to give it a chance as my starting place because it's been months since I've played Legacy, since before COVID started. So I figured he would have more up-to-date information about what the meta looks like right now than I would. So instead of working on my own list, I figured I would start with Mengucci's list. But our good buddy Just Manowar yesterday decided to donate to see some Legacy Shadow today. So we're going to be playing some Legacy leagues instead of the normal Modern. Things to note about Shadow in Legacy. Where in Modern you are a Death Shadow deck, and Death Shadow is your best threat and where you want to be in the vast majority of games. In Legacy, you are a Delver deck. You are absolutely a Delver deck, which kind of involves more of Delver of Secrets, Daze and Force of Will, Wasteland, and cheap cantrips like Ponder and Brainstorm. This core gives you a threat that you can get down on turn one and the ability to aggro, control, or tempo your opponent out of the game from there. It will typically look like look something along the lines of turn 1 Delver, turn 2 you could brainstorm on your upkeep to try to force the flip of your Delver or hope to flip naturally into something like Wasteland, your opponent's first land, into attack, and use cards like free counterspells like Daze and Brainstorm to keep that mana advantage on your side, as well as that bit of disruption to hopefully let you close out the game. Antis, Tri-Berserk, and Oko in the main. So this isn't my list. This is Andrea Mengucci's list. We're going to run his exact 75 before we start thinking about making any updates. It's been a while since I've played Legacy or played Shadow and Legacy. So I wanted to start with a list from someone who has been actively involved with the format. And then if we see that we want to make adjustments after that, then we can see what direction we want to go. But it's not a true Sultai Shadow deck. It's a blue-black Delver deck at its core that's splashing the Tropical Island and the Sylvan Libraries in the sideboard against like the Oko decks. Like Astrionic said, against Swords to Plowshares. It just gives a little bit of extra enabling for your threats, as well as card advantage. It's a difficult to deal with difficult to deal with permanent for a lot of decks in Legacy. So we're interested to see how that goes. So in the sideboard, we've got a copy of Tropical Island to help turn on our Sylvan Libraries. As you can see, Mengucci chose for all blue fetch lands in the main. Typically with Shadow, you might go with like 2 each of a number of blue and black fetch lands. You might run a basic swamp, but because we're on an all blue fetch base, we can fetch out our Tropical Island easily. 1 copy of Karakas, great for bouncing things like Merit Lage. Obviously, a few other targets in Legacy, but Merit Lage is really the big one. Grafdigger's Cage, stop a lot of grave shenanigans, stop Past in Flames out of Storm, stop Dryad Arbor from getting tutored up. Ratchet Bomb helps against a lot of the small creature decks, goblins, elves. Also deal with trouble permanents like Blood Moon. Winter Orb, great against the snow decks, the Oko decks, for slowing down a lot of their mana availability. Since we're running so many free spells and 1 mana cantrips, 1 mana threats, only untapping 1 card or 1 land out of our side is pretty fine. We still get to put our game plan forward, but it can really hinder a lot of the control decks that are wanting to use 2 or 3 mana each turn. An additional copy of Stubborn Denial for a little more interaction, along with our 4 copies of Force of Will, 4 Days, 1 Force, and 1 Stubborn Denial in the main. Again, the Sylvan Libraries for the control matchups, the Swords to Plowshares matchups, where if they get you back up to that 13 life, you really want to get yourself back down pretty quickly. Plague Engineer, again, for the go wide decks. They've typically been a difficult matchup for Shadow in the past. Again, like elves, goblins, young pyromancer decks. Plague helps to answer a lot of those. Eliminate is an additional answer for Oko. Answers Icefang, Coatl. Deal with just about any creature in Legacy outside of True Name and Hooting Mandrills. And then Surgical Extraction for the combo decks. Ratchet Bomb, really good against Chalice. Right. Should have mentioned that one. Originally, Ratchet Bomb was Throne of Geth in some of the original Shadow lists for Chalice. Because if you add a counter to your opponent's Chalice and take it up to 2, you don't really care about Chalice after that. Proliferate, that's the one. appreciate it. So other than that, not too much to talk about. Some common changes from Modern to Legacy. The addition of things like Brazen Borrowers, being able to bounce a Merit Lage, bounce a Chalice, uh, Oko currently. Uh, a lot of great targets to get off the board, and typically one turn off the board is all you need to get your counter magic back up. Much better cantrips in the form of Brainstorm and Ponder, as opposed to Modern having to use like Mishra's Bauble, um, Opt, Serum Visions. You'll see a noticeable difference in power level here. Daze and Force, the free interaction that Force of Negation wishes it was. All Daze is more of a tempo counter spell, but Force of Will just being a hard answer to a lot of things in the format is fantastic. Uh, with Legacy, we're really more about forcing things that are actively either killing us on the spot, um, things like Show and Tell, Chalice of the Void, and not so much interested in like value forcing. It'll come up occasionally, but you're typically not going to see a lot of forces on things like Brainstorms and Ponders unless it gets to a later part of the game. Snuff Out, really great removal spell. So Snuff Out, if you control a swamp, you can pay 4 life instead of its mana cost and destroy a non-black creature. Obviously, paying 4 life in Death Shadow is a fantastic place to be at. Fatal Push to round up a little bit of our interaction. Not a whole lot of decks that we really care about removal against, but it's nice to have a couple copies just to have that potential removal spell. And then Thoughtseize to round out our disruption. As with Modern, being able to take a significant piece out of your opponent's hand, lose some amount of life, huge advantage. Other than that, let's go ahead and just jump into the first game. I thought about playing a league last night to kind of try to get back in the swing of Legacy, but ultimately decided not to. I figured it would be more fun to just start playing the first games on stream. Alright, so things we want to see. Uh, Decks like Storm, Reanimator, any combo deck is a really good matchup. We don't like the Delver decks aren't terrible. They are a little tricky, but they're not just like inherently bad matchups. The control decks are pretty rough. We never want to see a Taxes deck. Taxes is a horrendous matchup between things like Swords to Plowshares, getting our threats off the board, mixed in with cards like Palace Jailer to give our opponent the Monarch token. It's bad. It's bad. You used to see a lot of Shadow decks running 2 or 3 copies of Dead of Night in the sideboard. Gives all white creatures -1/-1, so you can deal with Thalia, deal with Flicker Wisp, and just be able to neuter a lot of the power of your opponent's decks. Alright, if Snuff Out has a target, this hand is great. I kind of wish this Ponder were a Brainstorm. But again, if Snuff Out has a target, we've got to turn to Shadow. So let's keep it. See what our opponent is up to. We want to find a copy of Brainstorm pretty quickly. Looks like we might have a mirror match to start it off. If that's the case, Snuff Out pretty dead. Alright, what you want to take? I'd assume either Ponder or Shadow. Yeah, Shadow typically doesn't have a lot of ways to deal with opposing shadows, so certainly a fine choice there. Picking up that third Watery Grave is not where we want to be. So we're going to shock in a Watery Grave and pass. This way, if we need to hold up days, we can. If our opponent wants to wasteland us, that's fine. We've got all of these extra lands. Another days. Alright. We are just going to go ahead and ponder here. Alright. Let's we could take the Thoughtseize and plan on shuffling away the rest, but I really don't want to take a land to protect the Thoughtseize, so I'm just going to shuffle. Alright, Delver's not bad. We'll just go ahead and pass. First Ponder, then land. I could, but I don't want to get into a days war with my opponent right now. Like, I don't want to fight over this Ponder. I just want to resolve it. And I know my opponent could try to daze my Ponder. I could daze their daze. But I want my lands in play. I don't want to be picking up lands for the days right now. Alright, so it could be Grixis Control instead of a Shadow Mirror. Alright. So let's go to our turn before we start fighting over a Dreadhorde Arcanist. So if we know we're going to try to snuff out this Arcanist, I don't think they're going to fight over a Delver. Alright, so they choose not to fight over the Snuff Out either. Let's see, Legacy, oh heck yeah, give me some Sylvan Library Shadow action. That is the plan. Alright. I could have main phased the Brainstorm, but I'm not really in a point where I need to. I'd rather hold on to it. Lightning Bolt the Delver. You got it. Arcanist number 2. With 1 card in hand. I could double daze this. Nah. I just want to trade these dazes in for some better cards. That's a pretty good one. Alright. Let's main phase of Brainstorm. Those are also good ones. We'll get rid of Daze and a land. Let's shuffle away. Could brainstorm again. Yeah, let's just try to find a removal spell for this Arcanist now. Speak of the devil. So we can put back our other days and Wasteland. Fatal push this Arcanist. We're if it is Grixis control, Grixis Delver, probably Grixis control. I don't think it's Grixis Delver. Alright, so we had Wasteland coming off the top. Yeah, we're pretty fine with Wasteland. We can shuffle away the days with this Ponder. Yeah, let's get rid of these. We'll brainstorm here. Just kind of looking for a Shadow or Gurmag Angler. So let's put back Underground Sea, one of these Street Wraiths. Shuffle away those two. Because I do want to cycle this Street Wraith before I cast the Gurmag Angler. Alright, apparently we are going to get a bunch of Wastelands. So let's go ahead and start taking out some pieces. Let's go Snuff Out, Shadow, Delver, land. Alright, so bright side, the Delver decks typically don't have a lot of ways to deal with Gurmag Angler. So we're kind of hoping that now it's on the field, it's going to be pretty tough to get it off. It did take a little bit longer to find a real threat than I would have liked, but now that we have, it's a 4-turn clock, 3-turn if they crack this Bloodstained Mire. What do we got? Force is not bad. Start with our Wasteland. We could hard cast Force if we so desire. So let's see, Snapcaster. kind of want to just hard force this. As awkward as that sounds. I think I am. I don't think our opponent has a daze. It would make sense that they would. All right. Like, we've kind of played around daze the whole day, or the whole game, so I wouldn't have been shocked if they did, but I'm pretty sure these variants aren't running daze to begin with. Start by Wastelanding a Volcanic. See if our opponent wants to go for another Snapcaster Mage. Do not. Alright, so from here we're just kind of looking for things like Baleful Strix. That's kind of our primary borrower target at this point. Let's see, I still do not want to become famous. So we're going to get rid of that person. Alright, so we take game one. Grixis. We still don't know if it's Grixis Control or Grixis Delver, but after seeing no Dazes, no Delvers, I'm kind of just assuming it's a Grixis Control list with like Arcanist and some of that fun stuff. So, Grafdigger's Cage, great against Dreadhorde Arcanist. Things we want to consider. Ratchet Bomb is okay. Winter Orb is okay. Let's see. Robot, or Mike sounding a little robot-like. Let's see if we can reset it. Is that any better? Let's see, yeah, it looks like Control, but Arcanist is weird. I agree. If we had seen like Baleful Strix, I'd be 100% it's Control. But Arcanist in the 1-drops leads me more to think of like a Delver strategy. So, Sylvan Library is not bad. Like, I want Winter Orbs if it's Control. I want Ratchet Bombs if it's something a little more locky, like if they're running Blood Moon, but alright, well, I'll see if it ends up causing more issues, let me know and I'll swap to a different headset. Back to this. Where's Force of Will? Don't really want Force of Will in this matchup. Stubborn Denial is a little bit better because it's not a 2-for-1 counter spell. If we are bringing in the libraries, what do we want to cut? Like that. This is kind of we're not really sure if they're on Delver or if they're on Control sideboard plan. Like, we kind of need more information. Let's see. So sad that Grixis Control isn't good anymore. The 2018 version pre-War of the Spark is my favorite deck of all time. That one was really sweet. With, like, multiple K commands, Baleful Strix, Force. Alright. We'll keep it. We're kind of going to hope that these Street Wraiths draw us into a second land. I don't think we saw Wasteland out of them. So there's a chance that Preordain. So Preordain's typically a combo card, not so much a value delver-ish card. So I'm kind of interested to see how that plays out. Just get our life working a little bit. We're just going to go ahead and wasteland here. We've got our second land, so we could have had a Delver there, but because we didn't have a second source, I didn't want to expose this Underground Sea. So we know our opponent has lightning bolts. So I'm a little less inclined to play out the Delver. I think I'm just going to go for a Thoughtseize here. Maybe we can snag an Arcanist or something. Opponent chooses to protect their Arcanist. We could have dazed this Brainstorm, but I just don't care enough to set myself 2 lands behind. And it looks like they're going to let this Thoughtseize resolve. So if we just get to like daze something on their turn. Alright. Double Thoughtseize. Eliminate. So based on this, what would I have put back with Brainstorm? Probably an Arcanist. So I'm going to take an Answer to Shadow and kind of go along the expectation that they're going to play an Arcanist here, and we're going to get to daze it, untap, play Scalding Tarn, get a Watery Grave, play out a Shadow under Thoughtseize. We're so good at this. Alright. So now we get to resolve a Shadow under Thoughtseize, which is really nice. And we can kind of aggressively daze something if they give us an opportunity to pick up this Watery Grave and get Shadow out of bolt range. And I will absolutely daze a Baleful Strix here. So yeah, now we get to make this Shadow a 4/4 so they can't just bolt it. And let's go ahead and get Delver down. Say go. So we know our opponent's hand is 2 Thoughtseizes, 2 Snapcasters, and an Unknown. So there's their Unknown. What do you think we can, do we think we can blind flip this Delver? I'm optimistic. Push our Shadow. Alright. No blind flip. But we do just get to Ponder. That was pretty bad. We could take the Wraith, but I think I'm just going to shuffle. Oh, deck, what are you doing? I really want to make sure that this Delver flips on our next turn. Alright. So let's go. Shadow on the bottom. Snuff out. Draw Daze. So if our opponent plays a Snapcaster Mage, if they Thoughtseize, they get Daze. Fine. No issue. We still get to flip Delver. If they play like Snapcaster Preordain, Snapcaster Push, we can Daze the removal spell because we're going to get to flip the Delver. And then we have the added benefit of protecting our Shadow from these Thoughtseizes. So our opponent is going for the Snapcaster and the push. Alright. So let's go ahead and Daze a push. We'll return the Underground Sea because I don't really want to lose the extra life right now. Especially since we know we have Snuff out on top. Alright. Would like to flip a Delver. Kraken for 3. This kind of incentivizes our opponent to use a removal spell on this this Insectile Aberration now. So we could protect our Shadow from a removal spell. Except they don't have a removal spell at the moment, so we'll see what happens. Depends on how skilled you are. Skilled players always blind flip it. I never do as well. I gotta have brainstorms and ponders to set it up. Alright, so let's go ahead and snuff out. You may have a Thoughtseize. And we've got a Shadow coming off the top. We know our opponent's got another Thoughtseize and a Snapcaster Mage. We're going to get in for 3 here, get this Shadow hopefully under a removal spell. What you got, opponent? Wonder if they're just going to go for the old Flash-In Snapcaster to try to get the clock going. Alright, so they have a land, so they do have access to Snap Eliminate now. So let's start by cracking in. They know about our Underground Sea, so the bright side here is the Aberration does race Snapcaster Mage. They could... Alright, so it does look like they want to go for Snapcaster Eliminate. Like, they could have Snap Brainstormed into turn just to go ahead and get the cards, try to see if they had another removal spell coming off the top. But they do kind of need to answer this Shadow, like, this turn. They might wait till our upkeep since they know the 2 cards left in our hand. They just don't want to wait until our draw step because we do have access to like Stubborn Denial. Uh, even just hard casting a Daze is fine here. We don't have to worry about drawing a Force of Will since we boarded those out. Makes me wish we had a Temur Battle Rage here. So for everybody coming to hang out today, thank y'all for coming around. We had a donation yesterday from Just Manowar to play some Legacy Shadow today. So we're going to be slinging some Delvers and Force of Wills. Alright, so this is just snap eliminate. Yep. Play Berserk over TBR. Berserk's pretty good. Just kind of depends on the splash you want to go with. I was going to say Gurmag Angler might be like our best draw right here. Being able to play out another threat that they just have a super difficult time getting off the board. So let's get rid of some of this stuff we don't care about. Play out a Gurmag Angler. I have not run straight Sultai Shadow with Berserks, but I have run Grixis Shadow with a single copy of Temur Battle Rage before. And it was pretty fun. Baleful Strix is pretty good for him. So their hand is Thoughtseize, Unknown. Just like Plague Engineer. Alright. So we need a removal spell. They named Insect. I named Human. Sure. That is a magic card. Let's get our tropical island. It's a little bit later than I would like to see it, but better late than never, right? We know their last card is Thoughtseize, so if they kind of break on a live spell this turn, we might have a chance to just draw something good off this library. Seen Sultai list with Oko too. Yeah, Oko's kind of running the format. All right, what you got, library? That's a good one. These are all pretty good. So let's put back Delver and Borrower. Then we can brainstorm into them. All right. All right. Put back a... I don't think we need to fetch this turn. So let's put back Polluted Delta. Let's see. So we could play the second Gurmag Angler, or we could play the... So if we're planning on petty thefting the Baleful Strix, so that we just have a lethal aberration, our best follow-up would be the other Gurmag angler. So we want to put back the Delver. The reason I say best follow-up is this is the one that clogs the ground really well. So let's see if our opponent has got the interaction. If they got nothing, this aberration is lethal. They had one blind draw. So what you got? Guess they could be typing me an angry message too. I don't think so. One of the nice things about Legacy is it is the gentleman's format. So pretty much everybody that plays Legacy is just super happy to play Legacy. All right, so we win that one. So we start off 1-0. Nice little 2-0 win over Grixis. Grixis Control with Arcanists. Pretty good showing for the Shadow deck, round 1. What do we got round 2? Alright, so again, always looking for decks, combo decks. We want to see Show and Tell. We want to see Storm. Wouldn't mind seeing Reanimator. We would love to play first. Hand's pretty good. Alright, so since we have our second land, I'm pretty okay just starting off on Thoughtseize. Alright, nice little Delver Mirror. We're just going to take the Delver here. They've got plenty of cantrips, so they're going to get redraws regardless of what we do. So Ponder's gone, Island's gone. Opponent chose not to shuffle. Let's cycle a Wraith, see if we can find something. Ponder's pretty good. Yeah, let's go ahead and Ponder. Not really what I want to see off of my Ponder. So let's go ahead and shuffle that. Shadow's a good draw. Don't really want to play a Shadow into a potential Daze. So let's just pass the turn back. You got it. Sure. So our opponent has had 2 unknowns, and they've drawn Wasteland, Wasteland Delver. So we can pretty well assess that their last card is, or so that they don't have a Daze. Yeah. So we can just play play out. And we'll go ahead and get a shadow on board and say go. There's the Misty. Alright, land would be really nice. Not quite a land. So we could Thoughtseize and let our opponent hide something with Brainstorm. I think we're okay with that because we're really just looking to lose life with this shadow. Like, we're just kind of going for the tempo out roll at this point. And that just involves getting this shadow big enough to where, like, Stubborn Denial is a hard negate. We'll be able to lose some more life on Snuff Out, so hopefully they play a creature in this upcoming turn. Balsam, I would make this deck if it wasn't for Underground Sea. That's fair. Like, on the bright side, it is one of the cheaper Legacy decks since you are running more copies of Watery Grave than Underground Sea. Brainstorm and shuffle away. Alright. Bolt our shadow. I don't really want to use a force on this, but I do want to lose the life. Arcanist, Delver, Brainstorm. Sure. We can race this fairly well. So let's take the Delver. So they have to commit more mana to this Arcanist. We'll go ahead and Wasteland their Volcanic and say go. And now if they play out Arcanist and we draw a fetch land, we just have lethal between the Fetch Shock, Watery Grave. I guess we're slightly off lethal. So yeah, not quite lethal. Yeah, I'm sure I've heard one isn't so bad. It's not. Obviously, it's not ideal, but alright. Let's see if our opponent chooses to block. Now we have to decide if we're going to put ourselves dead to Lightning Bolt. Yeah. Like, getting the Dread Horde off the board is more important. If our opponent's able to Brainstorm into a Lightning Bolt, alright, so they just naturally drew it. Sure. Like, that was the risk we took. Alright, post board. Eliminate Stub, Grafdigger's Cage, Tropical Island and Libraries. Things we don't want. Force of Will can get out of here very quickly. Force of Negation can get out of here. And our last cut is Street Wraith because of... And... is that all we want to bring out? We could bring in something like Ratchet Bomb. Blue-Red Delver is a little bit more likely to be playing something like Blood Moon. So let's go like that. Let's see. Makes some one-landers more keepable if you're facing Wasteland, so it's not even strictly worse to play just one. All fair points. All fair points. Can't keep this one. Ugh. We're going to keep and be depressed about it. Let's get rid of a Stubborn Denial. And we're just going to lead on Wasteland and say go. We don't want our opponent wastelanding our tropical island. This hand is what we would call not fantastic. Alright. Underground Sea at the very least gives us a second colored mana source. Still don't want to expose a land right away. I kind of want to force out my opponent's lands, so if they have a wasteland, we get to tag theirs before they get to tag ours. Let's plan on casting this Brazen Borrowers. Or Petty Thefting, I should say. So we can play around a... play around a Daze by Petty Thefting here. Yep, we'll take one. Let's just go ahead and go for this end of turn. If they want to counter it, it's fine. Spell Pierce. Sure, you got it. Snuff Out's good. Yeah, let's just go ahead and go for the Snuff Out. Play a Delver of our own. And say go. Just going to hold on to this tropical island in case we draw Sylvan Library. I don't want to expose it to Wasteland. Don't Oko me, bro. I said don't Oko me. Alright. So we can Wasteland the Polluted Delta. In response to the fetch, we can Daze the Oko and still have mana to pay for their days. So let's go there. Daze Oko. And let's get the tropical island now. Alright. Delver, be nice and flip. Street Wraith. That's not going to flip you. Alright. Go ahead and go to attacks. Get in our big bad point of damage here. Let's go ahead and fire off a Thoughtseize. Daze our Thoughtseize. You got it. Red Elemental Blast our Delver. Nah. Alright. No Oko. No Oko. I said no Oko. Alright, not an Oko. Sweet. Stubborn Denial. Yeah, it's not great, but opponent's going to be able to kill this this Delver regardless, so might as well get in our attack here. On the bright side, Red Elemental Blast and Spell Pierce are their only legal targets for Dreadhorde Arcanist right now. So if we do draw something like a Shadow, not a Shadow, Gurmag Angler, there's a good chance it gets some work done. Or that. That's pretty good. I don't want to play into just a hard cast Daze here. Alright. We've got a whole lot of nothing versus a whole lot of nothing. Maybe they got more than nothing. They got something. Something beats our nothing at the moment. But if we can draw that Gurmag Angler, gonna shuffle away after this Ponder. Nope, choose not to shuffle. Hit our Underground Sea, alright. Sylvan Library keeps its text. How do we want to do this? Is Ponder better than a redraw? So stops Dreadhorde Arcanist. Threat. And we probably just have to keep, right? So let's go Shadow on the bottom, then Ponder, draw Grafdigger's Cage. Can you keep this without a land? It's close. The reason I'm keeping it is our opponent's last few plays have kind of shown that they don't have another Daze or Spell Pierce or something like that. So I'm kind of banking on this second Ponder resolving. It doesn't, so we'll move on from here. Even if that didn't, we do still have plays. Like we do just get to Grafdigger's Cage here. Obviously, we're at the mercy of our draw after the Shadow. But a fetch land just means that we get to have a Ferocious Shadow with a Stubborn Denial. Like, I'm not saying it's fantastic by any means. Nice mana 1/1/3/3 Elk. I mean, that's more creatures and threats than we had on board previously. So, hate Oko so much. It's a pretty good Magic card. Definitely ran rampant in Standard and Modern. Fetch land. Alright. Not a fetch land. But as soon as we hit that land, we're in pretty good shape. That 6 we kept with double Wasteland was kind of awkward. Opponent is having a decent bit of time to set up here. Fetch land. Not a fetch land. So we've seen 4 lands out of 20 cards. No fetch lands. So we do still have a bunch of fetch lands in our deck. Boltus, you got it. Absolutely. I just think it's really boring how it does almost everything. They just target their volcanic island with Pyroblast. Alright. They did, in fact, cast their Pyroblast to target their volcanic island. Or they just want to get rid of it for Mandrills? Sure. Alright. Fetch. So you're saying there's a chance. Alright. So I'm going to plan on attempting to petty theft this Mandrills. We do have another Underground Sea, so we're fine going to 5. Because we can fetch out an Underground Sea, go to 4. Unless they just have 2 more burn spells in hand. If they got another burn spell, they got another burn spell, sure. Alright. 1-1. Lost to Temur Delver. Beat Grixis Control. So let's see what we got game 3. Let's see. I just think it's really boring how it does almost everything while being pretty cheap and having massive amounts of loyalty. It does have massive amounts of loyalty. Like, we've had the theory that kind of came around with Oko is that somewhere in the design team, they were like, okay, well, if we make it a minus to make your opponent's creature an elk, then they just get to turn around and swing and kill your Oko. Like, that's not protecting itself. That's boring. So let's make it a tick up. And then from there, it was just all downhill. Like, oh, well, we can't take it up from 2 to 3 because it ends their, or that means that their elk gets to kill your Oko. So it's got to be tick up from like 3 to 4, 4 to 5. Then making food. Alright, what do we got? Reanimator, Storm, Sneak and Show. Are we about to see the old triple Lotus Petal Oko start? Alright, Faithless Looting. Let Faithless Looting resolve. Alright, just Dredge. Don't believe we want to let a Breakthrough resolve. So, let's stop that. Alright, so let's find a shadow, like, now. So we're going to set up in case we do find a shadow. Opponent does get to dredge a Grave Troll. Hit Putrid Imp. We don't care about Thug. Alright. We are going to upkeep this Brainstorm. Because for us to win, we need to get a clock going. Like yesterday. So let's put Watery Grave on top. And Thoughtseize. Reveal Thoughtseize, flip a Delver. Attack for 3. Get an Underground Sea, play our other Delver. Say go. Just Manowar, how's it going? We're following through and playing some Legacy Shadow for you. Currently 1-1. We lost to Temur Delver and we beat Grixis Control. This is round 3, game 1 against Dredge. Polluted Delta. Not really what we want. Alright, we really need to flip a Delver. So we know that they've got another Grave Troll that they dredged. We just don't want to lose the life here. Not what we wanted to see. Especially 2 of them. So they've got 2 bridge, 3 bridge. Ugh. What do we got? Like if we attack and they block 1-1, then they're making 6. What you naming? Name's Preordain. Got it. There's 0 copies of Preordain in our 75. Fortunately, you do get to just flash this back. Choosing not to flash it back. Alright. Delver. Alright, get to flip a Delver. Problem is, we cannot really race these zombie tokens. Like, we could fetch out Underground Sea, Watery Grave, hardcast Snuff out, but they just get to make 6 tokens, or 3 tokens. We could snuff out our own Delver, go to 7, Nope. We're just pretty dead. But we'll swing in the case that they do something like don't attack. But we do get access to things like surgical extraction post board here. Opponent not blocking. Okay. All right. You need something else. The opponent just... like, they know this has flying, right? So they very well could have just blocked one last turn and then we lose to the zombies. Alright, play to your outs. Alright, Dredge. Surgicals, 100%. Grafdigger's Cage, 100%. Plague Engineer is a possibility. Let's see if we have enough that we want to take out. That'll kind of decide if we want to bring in Plague Engineer. We know that we want to take out Fatal Push and Snuff out. 1-for-1 removal is not where we want to be. We could look at bringing in the other Stubborn Denial and just taking out a couple Wraiths. Go like that. Let's see. We don't want Caracas. Ratchet Bomb's not great. Library, definitely not. Winter Orb, they don't care about. 1-for-1 removals out. Yeah, let's go like this. Just going to attempt to find a threat, counterspell some of the, or counter some of their explosive pieces. This is not good. Let's ship it back. This is not good, but better. Better. Let's get rid of the Stubborn Denial. No explosive turn 1. No explosive turn 1. No explosive turn 1. They rolled to 6. Do you have the Faithless Looting? Ah, the breakthrough. Alright. We did. Yeah, we super did. Just needed them to not have one of the pieces. Oh, and they hit the bridge. Yep. Alright, you got it. You got it. The joys of Legacy. We're not dead, but we're dead. It's going to take them 7 turns to actually kill us, but they just get to get rid of both of our Delvers there. Yeah, let's just keep our same 60 card configuration. But yeah, Manowar, I thought about playing a league last night to try to get back in the swing of Legacy, but decided it would be more fun just to do everything on camera today. Kind of play it out live. Ooh. This is close. think I'm going to keep it. It's really close. But because I have this turn 1 stubborn denial, I'm a little more inclined. If we can catch him on like a mole, 1 lander, stub. Oh, mole to 5. Hell yeah. Let's see if soft stub is good in Legacy 2. You got a faithless looting. Nope. Haha. Step 1 complete. Alright, start with the ponder. Another shadow's good. So we'll go you. No shuffle. Wasteland away your mana confluence. And see what you got. No second land. Hopping on Twitch to see Control Freak gone is the greatest. I wouldn't say the greatest. Top 7 maybe. Let's get rid of you. We'll go ahead and brainstorm. Gurmag Angler's not bad. Put back CC. The next turn we can play Fetch Shock, play Angler. Alright. Something. We have a plan. Or keep a brainstorm like we have a way to do anything with it. You're more than welcome to get back Icarids if you want. Triple Narcomoeba? Triple Narcomoeba. I do have a bridge in the yard. We can play out a shadow and let it die to get rid of the bridge. Yeah. Go away, bridge. You got it. Shenanigans. Who? Alright, so no more bridges at the moment. Opponent getting a little frisky with these Narcomoebas. Suicidal Shadow, what large brain moves? Alright. Pretty sure they just have all dredgers, but we're not taking that one. You can keep that one in hand. Alright. Let me daze something. Let me daze something. Oh, they get another bridge. Alright, surgical. Surgical. One time surgical. Oh, sweet. That one. Still want that surgical, though. One time surgical. One time. Let me tack in. They block. Bridge from below, trigger on the stack. We just surgical the bridges. So close. Alright. We're going to have to fight through some zombies anyway, so let's do this. So you have... Did I miss an Icarid? Oh, no, they exiled the second Icarid to the first Icarid, sure. I thought they exiled the second one to the first one the first time. I was wrong. Alright. I miscounted. I thought that they had just the two Icarids and the... yeah. I miscounted. Absolutely miscounted. I thought they only had the two Icarids in their yard. And that they exiled the second Icarid to the first Icarid the first time they got Icarid back. I completely forgot about the Putrid Imp. So, punt on me. Punt on me. Guilty here. Hardly pro. Justin, I hope you know I got like 7 guns left on Warzone or on Call of Duty to Damascus. And the Riot Shield is absolutely one of them. So if you want to jump on my account and, knock that out for me. Alright, what do we got for round 4? Now that we've seen Dredge, Temur Delver, Grixis Control. It's the weapon that separates men from boys. I could probably agree with that. Gotta get that combat knife too. Never want to have to get camos for the shield again. Yeah, the fact that they gotta shoot the ship 24/7 this month has helped a little bit of this golding out process. But, like, I finished the SMGs, shotguns, handguns, got 1 sniper, marksman rifles are done, 2 ARs, launchers, and riot shield and combat knife. This is the negative of Legacy Leagues. The wait time between rounds. fact that there's like a third as many people in the legacy queues as the modern queues. Alright. This is a Delver hand. Opponents never had a wasteland in their life, right? Sometimes you gotta YOLO into the wasteland. Alright, that's not a wasteland. That's exactly what you meant. This is where you'd fetch Island if you could. Exactly. I would absolutely fetch Island if I could. Well, Days and Inquisition. I got nothing else to do. I have a feeling that Urborg into Inquisition means this Snuff Out probably not going to be live. Wasteland. Ironic that our Wasteland can tap for mana now. Alright, let's get rid of an Urborg. So that our opponent can't just have like Dark Depths into Hex Mage. Stop it, opponent. Yeah, we'll let them have this one. Let's see. Noodle Legacy. Why won't you want to let the duress resolve? Brainstorm's power. Yes. Brainstorm is probably like one of the top 3 most powerful spells in Legacy. So being able to have it for as long as we possibly can is a huge advantage. Second copy of Wasteland. Like, now we can't just get rid of some of these extra things. If we had had that Wasteland, or if we had had that Brainstorm, we could have, like, put the Wasteland and the Snuff Out back into our library to try to get new cards that were better. But now without that, we're just kind of flying blind. Ghost Quarter. What does that tell us? Tells us I want to make them pay more for this just so I can pick up my Watery Grave. You got it. Now we can wasteland their wasteland their Ghost Quarter so that they can't hit our Watery Grave. You take that Force of Negation. Alright. I would really like to flip a Delver of Secrets. Fatal Push. Sure. Probably not great, but flips a Delver. So let's Wasteland, hit a Ghost Quarter, say go. Sure. So it's pretty assuredly a Depths deck. Pithing Needle is kind of a giveaway there. Don't want you interacting with Dark Depths and like Thespian Stage. Maybe we'll get lucky and draw like a Gurmag Angler or a Shadow here to at least be able to speed up the clock. So our opponent has 3 cards left. So if it's like, sure, 2 cards left. If their last 2 cards are like Crop Rotation and either Dark Depths or Thespian Stage, they could certainly kill us before this Aberration gets through for lethal. But, never punish. Just draw the Gurmag Angler. Polluted Delta, sure. You. Doesn't really matter. We don't have any ways of recurring cards in our graveyard. But if we are selective to leave spells and get rid of lands, it might make our opponent think we're running something like Snapcaster Mage. Not a huge deal because typically Shadow decks aren't running Snapcaster. So it's not like a quick... Alright, nice. So it's not a quick assumption because of that. Like, your opponent's not going to go, oh my god, they're running Snapcaster because they left spells in the yard. Alright, post board against Depths. Karakas because it bounces Merit Lage. Surgical to potentially take out a Depths. Outside of that, not really a whole lot that we care about. So let's see how much we're boarding out and make our decision after that. So we know we don't want Fatal Push, and we know we don't want Snuff Out. There is a chance they could be boarding in or playing something like Dark Confidant, in which case Fatal Push gets a little bit better. But I kind of am on the belief we want to make them show it to us before we respect it. So if we're boarding in one more card, what are we thinking? What are they bringing in? Veil of Summer. Veil of Summer is kind of the big one. So we want to make sure we're interacting with Veil. We could board out like Force of Negation because it is a Thoughtseize matchup. So maybe if we can find 3 things to bring in these 2 libraries. Cage against Loam. Cage doesn't do anything against Loam. Because they get to dredge the Loam instead of casting it from the graveyard, Grafdigger's Cage says they just can't cast it, but they can still dredge and get it back. Also, is the Black-Green's deck a Loam deck? They might have a copy or 2. What about Winter Orb? Like, I'm not huge on Winter Orb. Let's give it a shot. Like, I know I need 2 more cards, so... That is the main argument for Force of Negation. You mean Loam? Loam is a pretty good argument for Force. Alright, so we got an answer to Merit Lage. So let's keep it. Especially when it's an answer to Merit Lage that our opponent can't Thoughtseize away. We could Thoughtseize and try to hit a Force, but we're just gonna let our opponent get this Thoughtseize off. I assume it's gonna be take Gurmag Angler, since it's kind of the thing that kills them very quickly. Brainstorm, you got it. Oh boy. Alright, go ahead. Duressa stub. Sure. So this puts 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 in our yard, so we can play out Gurmag next turn. Going ahead and fetching now because I want to improve my odds of drawing a spell. And since I know we're playing Gurmag this turn, doesn't really matter. Alright. So opponent's hand not super threatening, especially since we have this Karakas. So here's a Gurmag. Say go. Next turn we get to play Karakas, play Shadow. Proceed to not die to Marit Lage. So this could go get a Ghost Quarter, could go get a Wasteland. So now we want to draw something like Brazen Borrower. We might just be able to... I know all y'all watch the Modern stream too, and we just like call things and feel insane for it. Petty Theft is probably our best draw. Yeah. Like they're on a 2-turn clock to this. If they play out Depths here, we just get to play Karakas. And they can't chump block. If they play, if they play Ghost Quarter, we can just hold up Petty Theft and not play out our Karakas. So, yeah, they're pretty not alive now. Yeah, so opponent sees the writing. They know we have Karakas, so if we attack or we play a Karakas on our turn and attack, if they go for Marit Lage, we get to just bounce it with no fear of Ghost Quarter. And then they're dead next turn. If they had played out the Ghost Quarter for Karakas, we could have just attacked them for 10 this turn. Next turn, they Ghost Quarter our Karakas. They play out Marit Lage, and we just get to attack for 10, and our unblocked creature kills them. So, yeah. Yeah. That's the advantage of Death Shadow and Legacy is you are just putting a lot of pressure onto your opponents to act now. And a lot of decks in Legacy don't really want to act now. They want to act when they want to act. Alright. Let's see if we can cash our first Legacy League today. This is pretty fun. Like, I haven't played Legacy really since GP Atlanta towards the end of last year. Ironically, did play Death Shadow in that one. I would love to play first. This is a hand. We're going to kind of hope that we're up against a degenerate deck here. Something that we can get these forces off. Or off against. If our opponent plays like a Delver We might just force pitching force, but we'll see. Bloodstained Mire. Alright, so Hogak. Yeah, we'll daze the supplier. I'm going to daze off an Underground Sea. The reason being... Do I want to get this Brainstorm? Nah. The reason I'm dazing off the Underground Sea is we've got the Gurmag Angler, and I don't really want to aggressively lower my life total this matchup. Alright, Delver's not a bad draw. So let's say go. Stitcher Supplier is a super good engine out of their deck. So kind of getting it off the field early is really nice. Or keeping it from hitting the field. Misty. That doesn't flip a Delver. We could main phase a Brainstorm, but I'm not that into that. So Gravecrawler cannot block, so we'll get in our free point of damage here. Kind of let them deal or do some of the heavy lifting to get our shadows online. Did not want to main phase the Brainstorm because I don't really know what I'm looking for yet. Like, I don't know if I want to have both of these forces available. Since our opponent didn't play anything impactful on turn 2, it kind of makes me wonder if they were relying on the Stitcher Supplier. So maybe the rest of their hand is just pretty weak. Sure. This is kind of what I mean. Like, this is not the scariest of openings out of the Hogak deck. Looks like they're just wanting to play the... Alright. So this... We're not really interested in it resolving. I'm going to Brainstorm first. In case I see something that I don't care about. Let's put back a Delta and a Wasteland. We'll force the Hogak. We are shuffling away. Palizer der Kaiser. No idea if I said that right. Thank you so much for the follow. Hope you're having a fantastic morning, evening, afternoon, whatever time it is, wherever you're at in the world. Wasteland. Alright. Let's get rid of a Dryad Arbor. Attack. Let's see what they got going on. We'll play out a Gurmag. Not the greatest sequence of events. Luckily, neither of these things on their side can block, so we're not in fear. That's a good draw for them. XKRD, thank you as well or for the follow. Hope you are also having a fantastic morning, evening, afternoon, whatever time it is, wherever you're at in the world. All right, I get back a Hogak. Which means let's find a shadow. Delver's not wanting to cooperate very much today. We are going to get rid of this Badlands. We don't want our opponent to have the ability to play another Faithless Looting. I'm kind of interested why they didn't just... I guess they were really concerned about days on this Hogak. Important note here. Hogak is not a zombie. So if we block Gravecrawler, they currently can't get it back. If they just drew like a Stitcher's Supplier, that's pretty unfortunate. Like if this is just Stitcher's Supplier, get back Gravecrawler, we're probably pretty dead. Or Altar of Dementia. Alright. Brainstorm's a good one. Brainstorm into those is not. So we'll say Underground Sea, go back. And Stubborn Denial. Thought process is kind of, there's a minute chance somewhere that if they sack this Hogak to the altar, we might get to daze it on the recast. But we know we can't Stubborn Denial it. So daze has a slight bit more value to it. Not a lot, but... But like if they sack Hogak here... this thing has Trample, doesn't it? Yeah, it does. Alright, never mind. Absolutely forgot Hogak had Trample. That is text on that card, isn't it? Nothing else is particularly fantastic. Push can go away. Snuff out can go away. Everybody does. It has like 8 lines of text. It does. Like there's a reason the stupid thing needed to get banned. And here y'all are in Legacy like, oh yeah, we get to play Hogak. Alright, so I'm getting rid of things that don't counter creatures. Because we do need to just keep like Hogak off the board. Bring in things, bounce Hogak, stop like Bloodghast, shrink zombies, stop the recursion, potentially exile Hogak. But it's still a matchup where we just need to get a threat. But yeah, it's just another one of those keyword soup cards they've printed recently, like Questing Beast and what's the new guy, Elder Gargaroth? She's like, oh, how many words can we put on here? I disapprove of your mismatched snuffouts. I do as well. Unfortunately, it was not my choice. It was Mana Trader's choice. So, please don't hate me. Hate them. See, that game would have been closer had we put the Thoughtseize back instead of 2 lands off the Brainstorm to flip Delver. I think we were a point short, though. Yeah, I think we were still short. But that is a good suggestion. Alright, we're going to play a little bit conservatively here. And, right, you can't choose your printings with Mana Traders. It kind of says this is what you get. Imp, 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 imp. Nah. We're going to let an imp resolve. Might come back and bite me, but... Alright, Delver, your time to shine. Delver. Delver, why do you do this to me, Delver? What do we got? Got a cage. So definitely Wasteland on the bottom. Let's get cage and draw Ponder. Because if they Thoughtseize or something into this Ponder, I'm much less excited. Like, we don't get to flip the Delver here, but we get to protect the cage, which is a little bit nicer. Don't want to force... Nope. Gonna let them have the supplier. What have you got off this? So they can currently play Hogak. So we've got to let the Cabal Therapy resolve. They name Surgical Extraction. So they whiff on Therapy. And if they play Hogak here, we get to force it, untap, play Cage. We're just going to be a turn late on Cage. Hand was Bloodghast, Bridge from below. Not bad. Not bad at all. All right. So we are going to force a Hogak. Now we need to find... We've got the cage coming off the top to stop the recursion aspect. We just need to find a Plague Engineer. Alright. So nope on Delver. Start with a Ponder. Gurmag's a pretty good roadblock. So let's go Wasteland, Daze, draw Gurmag Angler, get Cage out. Bridge from Below is a problem. We can trade our Delver with like one of these Bloodghasts and get the bridge out of their yard if they decide to make that trade offer. But we do still need to find like a Plague Engineer. So definitely not out of the woods, but we get the bridge gone and we get to get this Gurmag down. So it's a start. All right. Come on, Plague Engineer. All right. I was going to say, is Boner going to stop their attack in the face of Gurmag Angler? Get rid of another Bloodghast. What do they got? Nothing. Just fetching for the sake of fetching. Alright, so I do want to get a tapped shock land here. Not quite. So we just got to pass again. So they're hitting us for 3 this turn. And that's more than 3. Alright. So I'm guessing they just had the... Did they have the Vengevine last turn, or did they draw it? So they didn't have the mana to cast it last turn, did they? Alright. Warm-up league out of the way. Now we get to play some real Legacy. ZW Drew, thank you as well for the follow. Hope you're having a fantastic morning, evening, afternoon, whatever time it is, wherever you're at in the world. For everybody jumping on the follow train, if you get a chance, jump into chat. Tell us a little bit about yourself, where you're from, what got you into Magic, why Death Shadow is the best archetype across multiple formats. Haha. But my disclaimer again, I have not played Legacy in months and months and months. So this is just as much of a getting back in the swing of things league or stream as anything. Alright, Lord Muffin. Got a Delver. Got a Force. We keepin'. Alright. Maybe this will be the match that we get to blind flip a Delver. We've got the Brainstorm, so we can force the flip regardless, but I kind of want to just do things the old-fashioned way. I'm completely lying. Like, we're going to Brainstorm flip this Delver, 100%. But I don't like it. I like when my Delvers behave and just flip themselves. Opponent did mold a 6. So let's get a Watery Grave. Play out a Delver of Secrets. Don't force me, bro. Say don't force me. I'm completely fine if they force this. That pause kind of makes me think that they are a Force of Will deck. The fact that they're not F6ing on their turn. Alright. I think we're just going to go for the blind flip. I don't want to play a Brainstorm into potential days here. Delver. Delver. Alright. Let's crash in for 1. Ponder. Try to set up this Delver flip. Alright. That's something. So let's say Wraith, Thoughtseize, Wraith, no shuffle. So now if we end up needing to shuffle, we can Wraith and draw the Thoughtseize if we want it. If we don't shuffle, we get to just reveal the Thoughtseize. Alright. Go, Delver, go! Yes! Is opponent gonna upkeep kill our Delver? Nope. Alright. Let's attack in. Opponent's never killed a Delver in their life. Cast Thoughtseize. What you got? Like 7 bolts? Only 6 cards, but you got 7 bolts because you're you. You're the best you can be. What you got? Force of Negation, Pitching Days. Sure. You got it. Know we have another Wraith coming off the top. Think I'm going to pass here. I don't really want to go for a whole bunch of Wraiths. Especially since we don't know what flavor of Delver we're up against yet. This is an Oko. Uro. Okay. Okay. You have Uro'd with the best of them. Alright. So we know we're drawing this Wraith off the top, which I don't really want. That's pretty good. So now we're just going to go to our turn. We could have brainstormed there, but I kind of found the thing that I'd want to get off a brainstorm anyway. So now we get to crash in with an Aberration. Thoughtseize. See what we got on our opponent's side. Stifle, Ponder, Narset, Icefang, Coatl. So, Ponder is their best card by a pretty wide margin. Icefang Coatl's pretty good in the face of us, but they don't currently have enough snow permanents to make it really matter. I think I'm just going to take the Ponder. I think their hand just isn't doing a lot right here. We don't really care to help them along. Do we want to go ahead and fetch and shock? Kind of. Like, I don't really want to give my opponent free reign with this Stifle. So their hand is Narset, Icefang Coatl, Stifle, and they've got an Uro in their yard. Narset. Are we just forcing a Narset? Or we can brainstorm in response to it. Let's brainstorm. We'll put back a Shadow and a Snuff Out. Yep, you got a Narset. Opponent gets a Force of Negation. So we know their hand is Force of Negation, Icefang Coatl, Stifle. So let's think. If we go to fetch, our opponent's got the Stifle. If they don't Stifle, they're dead. Or they're not dead because we got our Water Graves. Ugh. Alright. So if that's the case, let's Street Wraith. Because we know we're drawing into this Shadow. Oh, Narset! Narset! Ah, caught myself half a second too late. Alright, that's fine. That's fine. Fine. I'm going to stop punning eventually. Playing against all the cards that I know what they do, but I forget. Because they're never in Modern. Alright. Yeah, I didn't think it was going to end up mattering, but Narset is a magic card. Alright, so Temur, Uro, probably some amount of Okos. Winter Orb's great here. Sylvan Library is great here. Don't really... Like, we could stop Uro, but we don't really care about it that much. What do we want to take out? Fatal Push. Let's see. Narset, Ice Fang Coatl, Stifle. I'm gonna cheat and go look at deck lists for Legacy. You're welcome to hate me for this. Is there just a Teamer of this deck? Like, I don't think Teamer Delver is running Uro. So this could just be a brew. I guess I'm going towards brew. Alright, brew it is. So what do we want out against this brew? Snuff outs. I kind of just want out to Baleful Strix. So, Teamer with Uro Ice Fangs would make me think like, okay, Teamer Snow. We didn't see like Oko. Yeah, this is fine. This is the kind of hand that showcases the power of Brainstorm. So we get to just say like, oh, 90% of this stuff doesn't matter. Alright, what do we got? Force isn't bad. So let's just go ahead and go for Thoughtseize here. We don't have to play into a Stifle. Veil of Summer. Yeah. Alright. The other card, problematic in all things Magic. So that's what I'm going to call this. Teamer Ban Pile. Oko, Uro, Veil of Summer. Alright, deck, what do we got? Another Brainstorm. Not bad. Let's start with a Brainstorm. And we'll throw back Underground Sea, Fetch Fetch. And pass the turn. Who was it that asked if Brainstorm was worth it? Or Brainstorm was worth saving from hand disruption? Yes. Our 5-land Brainstorm Thoughtseize hand has become Force of Will, Double Brainstorm, Gurmag Angler. Snoko, yep, makes sense. Arcanist. You've got an Arcanist. Alright, we do not want... Go... No, no. Didn't set the stop in time. Wanted to set a stop to shuffle away those 2 cards on our upkeep. Opponent Stifle, sure. Yeah, let's go ahead and get Gurmag Angler down. We've got Force to try to fight over an Oko. Daze our Gurmag Angler. Got it. Alright. So we know our opponent has Volcanic. Whole bunch of unknowns. But we've got these 2 Brainstorms. Let's see. Oh, I missed it. Temur, Delverless Delver. That's kind of been the story of today. Like, we played against that Grixis deck earlier with Dreadhordes and Baleful Strixes and no Delvers. And then this one is looking kind of the same. Sure. Brainstorm into Brainstorm. Brainstorm away, buddy. My favorite name for the deck is Temur Design Mistakes. Exactly. Adela Renzi. If I said it right, please let me know. Thank you so much for the follow. Hope you're having a fantastic morning, evening, afternoon, whatever time it is, wherever you're at in the world. Alright. Daze is not bad. You want to counter this? Do not. Alright, so let's put back you. See if they want to stifle another fetch. Sure. Opponent really big on this stifle plan. So, opponent is sort of brainstorm locked. Like, they're looking at 1 or 2 of the same cards every time they do this. So if they've got 2 things they don't want, then they're just like hoping the 3rd card down is relevant each time they flash back this brainstorm. So they're not accomplishing a whole lot with this. What you got? Alright. Let's find a threat off of this brainstorm. Back. Got another stifle. Do not. What you got? Oko, Bolt, Red Elemental Blast. Pretty solid hand. Not gonna lie. So we gotta cycle Wraith now because Bolt, Arcanist back Bolt is lethal. Yep. Alright. So they had a lot of good action. So let's think about how we want to change up going into game 3. Knowing they're keeping in stifles. Let's bring Fatal Pushes back in now that we've seen Dreadhorde Arcanist. Eliminate because we saw Arcanist, Oko. Things we're less excited about. Some of these Wraiths. Just go like this. Alright, let's do it. Let's do it. Nothing to it but to do it. We would love to play first. Ooh. Ooh. Yep. Snap keep. Snap keep. Don't stifle us, opponent. Here's a Delver. Alright, now the real question is, does this Delver blind flip? You got it. Wasteland away. Nope. But we are going to play another copy of Delver. And if our opponent wants to Wasteland us again, so be it. Alright, so we really want to see like Thoughtseize, Ponder, Brainstorm, a 1-mana play that we can get some value out of here that flips these Delvers. Yes. Yes, we will reveal Brainstorm. Thank you, Delvers. I knew you appreciated me to some extent. Alright, so let's go ahead and Brainstorm. Not bad. Get rid of one of these fetches and Winter Orb. And we'll go ahead and cast this Thoughtseize, because if our opponent wants to daze this, then we get to play Sylvan Library next turn, like basically without any fear of it getting countered. So they do have the daze. We could take the Lightning Bolt, so they just don't have a way to get one of our Delvers off the board. And then next turn we can plan on playing Gurmag Angler and Sylvan Library. Assuming this is going to be like a Dreadhorde Arcanist here. Oh, they just drew another Bolt. Sure. Alright, so we still get to just stick with our plan of playing Library. Do we want to play Library plus Gurmag, or do we just want to play Gurmag Angler? Kind of on board with just Gurmag Angler. Their hand doesn't really have a good way to deal with it. They can play Oko, and then we can kill Oko plus play Winter Orb. And that's pretty good. So let's play to that. Kind of playing around, seeing what our opponent does. If they play Oko, they can elk something if we want, or if they want, that's fine. If they play Arcanist, then we just get to make a big attack this turn. We can decide if we want to play Library or Winter Orb. Or we just draw a Fatal Push. That works too. So let's start by swinging in. Let's see. So we know 3 of the 4. I'm trying to think if there's any reason to wait on this Fatal Push. I don't think so. Just go ahead and hit it now. Like if they have something like a Force, they might force pitch Daze, and then we just get to resolve one of these 2 drops. But it looks like opponent has seen enough. So start off our second league just like the first, 1-0. We're going to hope it goes a little bit smoother after this part. We're in the first league. We saw, what do we see? Dredge and saw another bad matchup. Something. It went kind of south after our 1-0 start. Alright, so that was against Temur Snow. We also played against Temur Delver. We lost that one. We played against Dredge and lost. We played against Grixis Control and won. Played against Depths and won. Gonna have to go back and remember what our last match was against. Yeah. This isn't fantastic, but it plays. Get to turn 2 Brainstorm. At the very least, these shadows are turn 3. Let's see what we're up against. Elves. Alright. Elves it is. We're just going to go ahead and fetch and shock here. Daze isn't bad. So let's say go. So now we've got access to Brazen Borrower plus Daze. We're okay with our opponent hitting us for a couple here. Allosaurus Shepherd. You got it. Now, do you have second land plus actual play? Allosaurus Shepherd is extremely good. Second copy of Allosaurus Shepherd. Alright. So, we are just assuming that this Daze is going to be completely dead from here on out. Hope they come down in price soon. I don't want to pay $300 for a playset. That's fair. Alright. Now, do we want to get value out of this petty theft? Or do we want to just shuffle away this Daze? I think I'd rather brainstorm here. I say as we draw mono counter spells against the double Allosaurus Shepherd. Ugh. So I'm keeping the Daze here because even though we can't counter things, we can just pick up a shock land, which is nice. If our opponent has like Heritage Druid, Natural Order, something like that, we're probably just dead. But at the very least, we can play down a couple shadows and choose if we want to ponder. I'd rather ponder Delver. Probably just Delver. Alright, how dead are we? On a scale from 1 to dead AF, are we dead AF? Alright, this is good. This does not say Natural Order or Glimpse of Nature. Alright. There's the Druid. Blind Flip Delver. Maybe with like a Fatal Push. Alright, step 1. There is our Fatal Push. So let's think. if we top... How much power does our opponent have? Assuming we kill the Heritage Druid, so they can't just activate the Allosaurus Shepherd. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 power. If we get Fatal Push, push the Heritage Druid. Like, we still have this awkward, we can't Fatal Push plus Petty Theft. Keep back a Shadow. So our opponent has to tap 6 elves to be able to activate Allosaurus Shepherd. So if their last card is another elf, is it just natural order? Green Suns. Yeah, that's pretty good too. Alright. Alright. Curse you, Allosaurus Shepherd. Curse you from the heavens. Alright, luckily we've got some pretty good sideboard tools for elves. We've got Plague Engineers, Ratchet Bombs, Grafdigger's Cage. Things that we do not want post-board. Stubborn Denial. Can board out a couple Wraiths. Force. What do we want to board out in the face of Allosaurus Shepherd? Like, that's kind of the awkward point in this matchup now. Thoughtseize isn't ideal, but it's better than like some of these counter spells, because at least we can Thoughtseize away like a natural order or Green Sun, something like that. But with Allosaurus Shepherd, we can't counter it at all. So trying to come up with a balancing act sideboarding here. Two days, bring back a Wraith. I'd be okay with that. I'm down with that suggestion. And we'll just kind of lawyer note not liable for any results. Absolutely. You're blamed for everything. 100% your fault. Alright. Let's roll with it. Maybe we even get lucky and get to Thoughtseize away an Allosaurus Shepherd. Opponent's hand is not fantastic. Let's take away a Quirion Ranger. Because we want to make Elvish Visionary. Or not Elvish Visionary. We want to make their mana production a little bit more awkward. Because they are a little slow with this Dryad Arbor in hand. What we got? Well, there's a Delver in here, so let's go Underground Sea, Delver, Wraith, no shuffle, Wraith into Delver, go and get a Watery Grave and play out said Delver. Say go. No blocks. Cradle. Ugh. Why is it always Cradle? Am I crazy for just wanting to force a Nettle Sentinel? Had to be the Cradle. I was planning on just like, oh, here's a Summoning Sick Dryad Arbor. Yeah, here's a Dryad Arbor into a 1-drop elf and just get to daze it. Alright, so we do want to flip this Delver with not great cards. So we'll go Force, Ponder. Yes, we want to reveal Ponder. Land for turn. Wasteland a Cradle. Cast Ponder. Shuffle those away. Say go. Don't want to attack with them winning the race on the crackback. Taking this trade here because we need to find a threat, and that Delver's not winning us the race. So if we're not attacking with it, might as well block. And their draws were Second Ranger into Visionary. Oof. Or Green Suns. Visionary. Sorry. Alright. We're pretty far behind now. And not being able to interact with this puts us in a really rough spot. Rough. So let's see. The Cradle turn We were planning on it being Dryad Arbor, Daze your 1-drop, and it turned into Cradle. Now we have to Force of Will, pitch Daze to keep Ponder and Brainstorm. Brainstorm saw us 2 non-fetches, so we couldn't shuffle away. Ponder made us shuffle away, but we couldn't shuffle off Brainstorm. Yeah. Unfortunate sequence of events. Alright. We'll keep this. It's not great. Like, I really wish we had a, either a second fetch land or a Daze here. But we're going to kind of YOLO into a Wasteland. No Wasteland. So we can take Gamble. They have land, Mox Diamond, discard, library. We get to force a library, untap Brainstorm. Are we taking Mox? Because if we take Gamble, they can't get a loam. If we take Mox, they can gamble for the loam. Like, we don't care if they play turn 1 Sylvan Library. You can force gamble and stub library. Yeah. But we'd have to pitch Brainstorm to do that. And I don't know how bad we want to pitch Brainstorm. We could take the gamble, force the Mox, Thoughtseize the library. Like, we need to keep this Brainstorm to be able to continue on. We could take Mox, they gamble, we Wasteland their mana source, but we kind of need to deal with Maze of Ith. If you want to keep Brainstorm, force pitch stub, seize library. God. I'm going to take gamble. If it ends up biting me in the ass, I will absolutely say HC Fox was right. But I think I'm kind of okay with them pitching more cards. Like here, they're pitching the Maze of Ith, so now I don't have to worry about forcing the maze. I get to counter this, exile stub. Alright, let's put back push and a seize. Wasteland a Taiga, say go. So now they're down to port and unknown. Alright. Well, might be a little port locked. At least for a couple turns. The bright side, our opponent's not doing anything either. So, got a little bit of time. Just need to find second land so that we can get Shadow out. Huzzah. Voila. Alright, opponent, what do you have? You have nothing. Alright. Double port me. Gonna... Sure. Next turn, if they go for the same play, we can go to Fatal Push our Shadow, daze our own Fatal Push, and pick up one of our lands. Now we're definitely doing that. Okay. Opponent has decided they want to let us have our lands. There's another Mox. Are we pondering? Let's think about our life total here. We can Thoughtseize, and then they're just dead with this Grove next turn. Yeah. You got it, Thespian Stage. Like, even if they have us gain 2 life off this this Grove, they're still just dead to the Shadow attacking. So they have to draw something relevant this one turn. Haha. Alright. See, Fox, I'm not going to say I was right there. I don't know if I am or not. Complete honesty, your line could have definitely been correct. Alright, so let's bring in Karakas for Merit Lage. Kind of want libraries and Trops. Definitely want Winter Orb. They died when they missed ports. They did. We could have, like I was kind of saying, if they went for port, we could have gone to Fatal Push our Shadow, dazed our own push to pick up one of our Watery Graves and speed up the clock that way. And we would get access to a mana on our main phase. So we had lines to at least kind of work around it. What else do I want? They also died when they saw Shock and ditched their one maze. Agree completely on that. Like, we were planning on being able to wasteland their maze. But as soon as they pitched that maze, it was like, all right, free reign. Let's go. Okay, lands. Let's think. What is lands bringing in? Choke. Choke, sphere of resistance. So what do we want to answer choke and sphere of resistance? Bomb's okay versus Mox. Exploration, sphere, choke, yeah. Bomb is okay for sure. But I don't know if I like bomb better than some of other options. Let's see how it goes. Alright, this is something. Let me force something relevant. Let me force a loam. One time, opponent. Mox Diamond. You got a Mox Diamond. Oh, please, loam. Please let me. Alright, we're definitely countering that. Agreed. Not wasting force of negation. Want to save it for life from the loam. Same reason we're not pondering here. Because if we just get to resolve the Sylvan Library, then a lot of the rest of this might not matter. Alright. So let's just resolve a library here. You can't have a library. We want a library. Sure. We don't care about the mana at this point. We want to focus on the payoffs. Want to Ghost Quarter us. Wasteland's pretty good here. So let's bottom, or not bottom, reorder. I think I'm in agreement on the take 8. Did I already click through it? Oh. Did I click through library? I didn't even think I did. Right click. Gotcha. Thank you. Very much appreciate it. Alright, so we could go ahead and wasteland the depths. Since we've got force of negation for loam. And then we can just play out Delver, play it off the tropical island because they're more likely to want to counter, or more than likely want to blow up the tropical island, the watery grave, and say go. I don't think we want to ponder because there's the chance that we don't see another blue card. Punishing Fire, sure. We don't need to exile Fire just yet. Alright, we know we don't want Thoughtseize. Put back a Watery Grave. Like, they don't have a Grove, so we don't care about them getting back Punishing Fire at the moment. So let's get Underground Sea. Play out Gurmag. Do we want to go ahead and ponder? Probably. No, we shuffled away. Ponder or Winter Orb? Probably just ponder now. Not bad, not bad. So let's get our other Delver. We don't get to flip it, but we just get to get a Delver into play. Agreed, those are good ones. Those were solid hits. Now we get an answer to Merit Lage that we can just keep in hand. Like, I really want to just hold this Force of Negation for either the Punishing Fire actually becoming lethal or Life from the Loam. We could consider Delver as a pitch card. Like, the Gurmag, the Delver's not really adding to the clock of the Gurmag Angler. Unless our opponent starts fetching. Alright, so we know we've got Brazen Borrower coming off the top. So let's put Watery Grave, Thoughtseize back, so we can flip this Delver next turn. Attack with both. I think I just want a Winter Orb here. Like, we've got the Force, and this means that our opponent can't just start, like, taking counters off depths. Not that it really matters, but... Alright. You've got a Glacial Chasm. There we go. So we've got a Thoughtseize coming off the top. Flipping the Delver. We're just going to get rid of the Ponder. Keep the Borrower. Don't pitch Lage Bouncer. Agreed. Agreed. See, Fox, we're on the same wavelength. Yeah. Alright, here's our Delver flip. Don't care about the second library. Don't really care about any of these. So that's fine. We'll attack to send a message. Doesn't matter because of Glacial Chasm. Our opponent is welcome to start paying life to keep this chasm around. That's a pretty good one. Alright, deck. What do we got? What's this third library card? Put you back, put you back. Now we at least get to fetch. Alright, so now we need to find an answer to this loam. So we're looking for like surgical extraction. Or for our opponent to just go all in on a Merit Lage. Be pretty okay with that. As such, should have considered Bounce Exploration, seize it. Yeah, that could have been a possibility. Just get a tapped Watery Grave. Speak of the Seas, Devils. Alright. Put you on top. You on top. Let's attack. They get to make a Merit Lage. We get to Petty Theft a Merit Lage. In turn, Brazen Cast should win. I don't think it wins. They still have Glacial Chasm. But it should be pretty close. Shuffle for waste. Yeah, like we're 100% shuffling because we know we've got a Thoughtseize and a land on top. So no issue there. We got that fetched, or that tapped Watery Grave earlier, so we don't even have to take life off of this, or take any more than the 1 life off this fetch. Sure. Alright. Put you back, put you back. Wasteland, destroy Glacial Chasm. Easy. Easy peasy. Alright. Nice little match there. Improved to 2-1. HC Fox coming in with the good luck on that shuffle for waste. Gotta add that to our matchup guide here. Lens. Alright. What do we got for match number 4? Come back. Come back, match. Yep. Looks good to me. What have you got? Aether Vial off of port, so taxes. So we're definitely forcing a vial. And we are going to pitch. Yeah, absolutely forcing it. I think I wanted this borrower. So yeah, I think I'm in agreement on pitching the Brainstorm. Yeah, let's go ahead and ponder here. Force of Negation's interesting. So we can go top, draw force. Show me second vial. Got him. Got a fetch land off top, so yeah, we're getting rid of the borrower now. We want this Brainstorm pretty badly. No need to force negation. We want to force a negation. Swords, Flicker Wisp. Swords it is. Swords it is. Alright. We're going to need a little bit of good luck here. Just a little bit of good luck. So can't currently cast this this Flicker Wisp, which is nice. Now they can cast a Flicker Wisp. Attack. Nope. It's worth a try. Yeah. We've got our Watery Grave. Here's a shadow. Go ahead. Let's see. Optimal line was take land off ponder, put force negation down to 3, shuffle off force negation past turn. They would vial number 2 to 1 counter. This is fine. In turn, bounce their vial, seize it, have 2 more mana, and a brainstorm in hand. So we would have the Brazen Borrower that we pitch to force. They would still have... See, like... So they would have a... That would have meant that we Brazen Borrowered the vial, Thought seized away the vial, and they got to keep the swords to plowshares. And I don't think we could afford to let them keep the swords. So, like, yes, your line would have gotten the vials off the board out of hand the same way, but they would still have a swords to plowshares in hand. Keeping plow is kind of fine. You have a 3-1 flyer to duress it. I mean, we have a 3-1 flyer, but so do they, and theirs is killing us faster than we're killing theirs, or we're killing them. Alright, really want to see like a Fatal Push, or Ponder, Brainstorm. Or Fetch, really. It's kind of odd to port our Scalding Tarn there. Alright, what do we got? Here's a shadow. Sure. We'll say go. So Sanctum Prelate for 1. Yep. So we can still Petty Theft. You're right, they can't cast Plow now. But we also can't cast Brainstorm, Ponder, Fatal Push. Alright, hit us to 5, sure. So now they get to protection up the prelate and just swing for lethal. Yep. Well, I mean, casting our Brazen Borrower in any sense is a losing line there. It's like we can't cast it to block because of Mother. Um, yeah. We couldn't target anything with Petty Theft, so we were getting no value out of the front half of it. We couldn't cast a Fatal Push if we drew it. We didn't have the life if we drew a Snuff out. The front half of Brazen Borrower just blocks and dies to the Flicker Wisp. So, yeah, just none of our lines there really fantastic. We had stuff. We had Snuff Out mana, but we would have had to have full cast the Snuff Out into a Mother of Runes. So they were going to have a way to stop the Snuff Out regardless of what we did. Bringing in Karakas is fine. It's a land and they play Thalia. Sure. I can get behind that. Let's get rid of Dazes. Force of Negation. Stubborn Denial. Couple Wraiths. And just a Force. Alright. What do we got, deck? Looks good to me. Boarding looks fine. Appreciate it. Definitely need all of the advice we can get today. Like I've told everybody else, it's been since like end of 2019 since the last time I played Legacy. What do we got? Alright. So I would rather have access to Scalding Tarn for my black mana than potentially draw Sylvan Library. This also lets me upkeep Brainstorm to try to flip Delver. Sure. Are going to be nice, Delver? One time? Maybe? Come on. Come on. Maybe a Daze. No, he took out Daze. Fatal Push. Snuff out. Wouldn't mind a snuff out. Underground sea. Yeah. Just protect the trop and hope for library. We could have, but not having a second black source meant that I really didn't want to expose this or expose the black source and not be able to cast shadow. Swords or Delver? That's aggressive. Sure. Thank you for waiting for our Delver trigger to go on the stack too. So now we get a free shuffle away on this Misty. Appreciate it. Opponent's always looking out for us. How's Legacy been so far? We're in our second league. We're currently 2-1 in this league. The first league ended up 2-3. I think it was 2-3. I punted against Dredge, and the other ones were just pretty rough. But it's been fun. Like, it's been so long since I've played Legacy. It's been nice to get some games in. Wouldn't worry too much about this match. This matchup is around 10-90 without 3 sideboard Dread of Knights. Yeah, we talked about that a little bit earlier. How this is one of the matchups that we definitely wanted to avoid pretty heavily. What you want to get off this Stone Forge, Jitte? Batterskull, sure. I always love when my Stoneforge opponents get a Batterskull. Because it's like I can't really express how little I care about Batterskull compared to basically everything else. Yeah, let's go ahead and brainstorm. We can put back library since we don't have a green source anymore. Second wasteland. So we get to Thoughtseize away Batterskull. Play out Gurmag Angler. Say go. Was Louisville last time? Atlanta. Yeah. Yes, Atlanta was last time. It was like middle end of last year. So it's been a minute. Yeah, so we're definitely about to just start going like full aggro here. Wasteland port, get in an attack, and just try to bide out like Flicker Wisp. Sure. A-okay with that. Opponent kind of punted there. Pretty clear flicker on Stoneforge. I agree. Just getting out the Flicker Wisp is so much more valuable than anything else they're doing here, especially since you're staring down the Ratchet Bomb that's going to be able to prevent it going forward. And now we're just going to get to take them off their second land, which is really nice. Alright. Here you go, Shadow. Alright, opponent, you want to port us? Just put back this Delver. Alright. Let's dodge a Swords to Plowshares one time. Dodge Swords to Plowshares one time. Do you want to target your Stoneforge Mystic? Like, it doesn't really matter what he targets. I'm blowing up this Ratchet Bomb here. Maybe he tries to target the Ratchet Bomb. Terror True, thank you so much for the follow. Hope you're having a fantastic evening, afternoon, morning, whatever time it is, wherever you're at in the world. Hey, hey. Regards from Spain. Nice, nice. Sure. Is this their signal that they have got the swords? Don't do it, opponent. Don't do it. At least do it after my draw step, or I might draw a blue card. It's not a blue card. Alright. Opponents never had a Swords to Plowshares in their life. Alright, opponents had the Swords to Plowshares this one time in their life. Yeah. Their only play is Flicker Plains Bluff Plow, or Flicker Plains and actually have the plow. That is apparently a legal play that they can make. I don't know if you've been on the stream before, but I've got a knack for letting my opponent draw their one-outers. Egregious punt, letting you get to 2 cards in hand. I agree. Yeah, they 100% should have just plowed on our upkeep. Like you could make the argument they're playing around Daze, not by letting us go to our turn, but by not plowing in that moment instead. Or they should have plowed instead of playing the Flicker Wisp. Anything past that was extremely, extremely greedy. Because if we happen to leave in something like Daze, then they just get absolutely blown out. Death and Axis. Also, doesn't a fetch land save one of your creatures? So a fetch land uh, would save the Shadow if they targeted the Gurmag Angler. Uh, but waiting until combat also means that we get access to like Street Wraith isn't out, Snuff out. Like we definitely have a non-zero number of outs to draw into there. Yep. So you're saying there's a chance. Ruin Draw Step had to be blue card or Wraith. It could have been Wraith or Snuff Out or blue card for Force. Any thoughts to keeping Delver over the Ponder a few turns back? Delver would have been okay, but we kind of just wanted to close out the game like immediately and not give our opponent chances to draw things like Swords to Plowshares. Flip a Delver? Sure. Flip a Delver? Come on. Fatal Push. Flip Delver. Fatal Push one time. Crack Ratchet Bomb. Blow up Stoneforge. Turn on Revolt. Kill Flicker Wisp. Not Karakas. Not the card we need. Alright. Unfortunately, can't really do a lot here. We could attack with Delver, blow up the Ratchet Bomb, kill the Stoneforge, and make them choose between going down to 3 or trading with the Delver. They'd have to use all of their mana next turn to equip the Sword of Fire and Ice. But I don't think we're winning if we don't Ratchet Bomb away the Flicker Wisp and the Sword. So, like, even though they're going to get an attack in for 5 Delver, we at least give ourselves a chance to maybe draw, like, a Gurmag or a Shadow off the top. So if we had kept the Delver a few turns back and not cast the Ponder, we would have been farther away from drawing into the Force. Um, so we can't really say, oh, we would have had the Delver in hand or had the Ponder in hand to pitch to Force because we wouldn't have drawn into the Force. We wouldn't have had the Force in time. Um, Alright, maybe opponent gets really greedy and decides to shoot us in the face. Come on, opponent. Be greedy. Shoot us in the face. Dang. It's worth a try. Brainstorm, ponder, threat. None of the above. What you draw into. Double Caracas. Okay. Alright. Opponent's draws have been about as bad as ours. Outside of the one swords there. Alright, get rid of some of this. So to give us a chance, we need to draw into a Shadow or Gurmag, like right here. Yep, pour it away. Letting them draw loses the top deck flicker, though you're already dead. Yeah, we're definitely already dead. And I don't think they have any instant speed flickers. I think it's just Flicker Wisp, right? In which case, if they cast it, we just get to pop the Ratchet Bomb with the Flicker Wisp trigger on the stack and kill both Flicker Wisps and the sword anyway. Alright. What you got, deck? What do we got? Did Val go to 3? I thought Val went to 2. Huh. That's a magic card. Really wish we were at 2 so we could have petty thefted into turn. Alright. Fatal Push. Fatal Push off the top. One time. Scratch that Fatal Push. Nope. Nope. Grockus works well on that one. It does. But kind of needed a little bit more. Like, we could Caracas, but then we couldn't pay the 4 life for Snuff Out. we could snuff out, but then we're just dead to the other one. We could have been next level Galaxy Brained and not tap the Karakas for the petty theft. But again, that's definitely next level Galaxy Brain. Too big for my brain. Way too big for my brain. Alright. Let's get a 3-2 here. Let's cash this one. Do get to sit through these lovely Legacy queue wait times. Let's see. Let's get Reanimator here. Let's get a nice easy matchup to win or to finish up the league. I'll take Storm too. Just no more taxes. No more taxes, please. No more taxes. See, is Deathrite Shaman banned in Legacy? Deathrite is banned in Legacy. I wish it were legal, but it is not. Unfortunately, the Legacy overlords decided that Deathrite was a little too good. They didn't really like that there were a lot of decks in Legacy that were Deathrite decks because they could be, like Grixis Delver, Grixis Control. They could just run 4 Deathrites because they had black in the deck. Teamer Delver, Blue-Red Delver, splashing for Deathrite. They should unban in Modern. I wouldn't complain. I play a lot of black-green X mid-range decks. I'd love to have Deathrite. But you're always going to hear the argument of, oh, it's a 1-mana Planeswalker. Well, so be it. Yep. Come on, something unfair. Not Dredge. Not Dredge unfair. Like, Reanimator unfair. This hand's great against Reanimator. What you got? Still could be Reanimator. Alright. Swamp Duress could be Depths. Could be Reanimator. Alright, we're not dead. Depths Reanimator hand. Now we're talking. Alright. We're going to go ahead and cast one of these ponders. Well, there's our forces again. I'm down for another force. So let's say snuff out, negation, force of will, no shuffle, say go. Just let me daze something here. So typically duress means some sort of combo deck. Duress in the main means some sort of combo deck. Still could be a storm variant, could be reanimator. I'm pretty in agreement. It's probably tendrils. Like the two basics kind of make me think that it's not something like reanimator. But we just get to draw into more forces. So I'm just going to pass with a whole bunch of counter magic up. Our opponent is pretty low on resources. Probably Storm or Ant, agreed. Alright, definitely a Storm variant. So let's play out a shadow, say go. Infernal Tutor. Sure. We could exile the Infernal Tutor, but I don't think we're going to end up caring about it too much. Like, they're showing a lot of respect for this daze. I mean, we didn't even care if it found discard. Like, we're sitting here with triple counter spell. Now we can Delver, snuff out our own Delver, swing for 6. Or we can just ponder and keep this Delver to pitch to something. Look for a Thoughtseize or something similar. Do we want another Ponder? You have 0 counterspell. If that is discard, grab, discard. But if it's discard, grab, discard, means they're having to go down cards to do that. And that's pretty okay with us. So let's go Borrower, Tarn, Ponder. Draw Ponder. Perfect. So Borrower, Tarn, Wraith. Wraith into fetch. Go ahead and fetch because we want to make it a 4-turn clock. It's not lethal next turn. It would still be 2 turns. Because Shadow would become a 9/9, we'd put him down to 10. Let's think. We go up to... They go to 12. If we daze, pick up a land. We've got 7. No, this is fine. We know one of their last 4 cards is another ritual. So their last card would have to be Infernal Tutor. And that they'd only have 2 mana available. Or I guess it could be Veil of Summer. But if it's Veil of Summer and they just had like multiple pieces of Hand Disruption, plus the rituals, plus the tutor, plus Veil of Summer, like, not much to do about that one. If we Wasteland Bayou, and their last card is Infernal Tutor, can they win with 5 mana? I don't think so. You had the win if you pitch Daze, 5 life, Delver, Snuff It, lethal. That argument is, in hindsight, we drew into the Street Wraith that made that argument correct. If we don't draw into the Street Wraith, then that argument doesn't hold true, and pitching the Wraith was wrong, or pitching the Delver was right. So the last card was Past in Flames. So now we are dead. Yeah, so they get to flashback, 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 Infernal Tutor, and go get Tendrils, including the ability to pay for days. Yep. Alright. I mean, we could have made them pay one more for Past in Flames, but like they still have plenty to kill us. We're not accomplishing anything with that. Alright. Cage, surgicals. Take out. Push. Snuff out. Anything else? Plague Engineer could be okay if we think that they're boarding, like, Empty the Warrens. Gotta take a look at some current Storm decks. Like, I expect them to have at least a copy of Empty the Warrens in the board. So I think we are going to bring in one copy of Plague Engineer. And if we're boarding in that, what do we want for our last cut? Could be a Wraith, could be a Borrower. Yeah, let's go with the Borrower. Let's see. Yeah, I'd argue that you knew you were dead next turn. You had to use Delver plus Snuff to play for the win. Don't know if you draw the win, but you know opponent has. But we didn't know that our opponent had the win because like we knew our opponent had all the mana and they had what's the tutor the 5 mana get 3 if you have spell mastery or whatever. We knew they had that. We knew that they were thought seizing into knowing we had days, but they didn't know second force of will and force of negation. So they could be thought seizing into assuming we have one counter spell that can stop them, take our counter, they win. But when they see 2 counter spells, that entire plan can fall apart. So we can't infer that we were dead because they had a payoff there. Well, they could have cast Petition there because they had the mana floating and just had nothing else to do. Like, I don't think that them casting Petition says that their last card is something that kills us. Because even if that was the case, their Petition there, them casting Petition means that they have 5 mana available and either Past in Flames in hand, which would be lethal regardless, or it could be, well, it wouldn't be lethal with only 5 lands, or 5 mana, because they'd have to cast Past in Flames. We can either make them pay 1 more, or daze the ritual that they cast off of it. So yeah, there's a few ways that could go not perfectly for them. I just don't think that we had the ability to determine that their last card was something specific based off that turn. They don't see your force of will, take your force negation with the C's, use Petition like Duress, unless their last card in hand with an uncracked LED wasn't Past in Flames. Or unless their last card was Past in Flames. I mean, I see where your argument is coming from. Yeah, we're fine with this. Alright, blind flipping a Delver is nice. I want this Flooded Strand because I want to be able to play out this Shadow this turn. Like, we're going to need to draw another blue card regardless. So, let's see. They don't see your Force of Will. Take your Force Negation with the C's. Use Petition. But you could also make the same argument of, alright, they duress, they see Force or Force of Will, Force Negation, and they take a Force because you still have a Force for their sorcery speed spells. Like, you can make assumptions based off, oh, they took this specific one because they have this specific kind of card, but you can't know for certain that that's the line because there are other alternatives for why they could have made that decision. Like, they could have just said, oh, he just has two Force effects. It doesn't matter which one is which, they still both have text and they both line up with what I'm trying to do. So I just kind of have to go for it and hope he doesn't have the answer. So that's all I'm saying. Like, it could very well be the case that what you're saying is correct, and that was his thought process. I'm just saying I don't think that you can definitively say that's the case without more information. But like I'm saying, I could 100% be wrong. And that could be absolutely the correct read that you're giving. And that would be completely okay. Like, I would be fine admitting I was wrong on that. I just think that because it's true in some cases doesn't necessarily mean that it's true in all cases. Well, we called the empty the Warrens. Alright. They're going to have an empty for a bunch of goblins, and we're going to need to draw a Plague Engineer. It's not about right or wrong, but more about seeing the fork of play to win versus rely on days versus suspected win in hand. So then it just comes back to, all right, well, I didn't expect or suspect that they had the win in hand. Like, maybe they did, sure. Um, but to me, it didn't feel like that was the case. Plague Engineer. Not quite Plague Engineer. So unfortunately, their Thoughtseize means that they know exactly what we have in hand. So they know we are in fact dead. Alright. Make them turn Goblin sideways. Yeah, all I'm saying is that in those couple of turns there, Daze has text. It might not be the best text at that moment, but it is something that we can cast. Whereas playing for the Delver Snuff out is saying, all right, well, fetch lands don't do it because we come up short. We've already cycled multiple Street Wraiths, so we're playing to 2 copies of Street Wraiths, making that play live. Whereas if they had not had one of those pieces, like if they didn't have the Cabal Ritual, the Daze wins us there. If they didn't have the Past in Flames, we win there. They only had one card and they had to have exactly Ritual plus Past in Flames to win there. So I think that there is at least a little bit to consider because of that. It wasn't like, oh my god, they were going to win because they had Past in Flames. No, they had to have Past in Flames plus something else. Let's see. Sure, Thoughtseize ramps, but if we draw Thoughtseize, then we don't even need uh, the Snuff Out Delver. Like, we're just tearing the last card out of their hand and attacking anyway. See, the Days After Ponder for Waste Bayou wins if they didn't draw any type of mana. Right. So we're putting them on having to draw some sort of mana accelerant versus us needing to draw away to lose more than 1 life. With no Watery Graves left in our deck and no... So we'd have to draw a Thoughtseize or one of the 2 remaining Wraiths for our line to be lethal. For the pitch Daze keep Delver line to be lethal, and they've got to draw a mana accelerant for the Daze line to not be lethal. So they had a lot of outs. We had a few outs. Like, I don't think it's a cut and dry argument. I do think it can go either way. But I do appreciate, I do very much appreciate you having the discussion and giving well thought out reasons. You could also top deck Daze, play Delver, Snuff Out, Daze, yeah, Daze, pick up a Watery Grave, replay the Watery Grave. Sure. So now we've got Thoughtseizes are out. Street Wraiths are out. We've got 3 more Dazes in the deck that are out. So any of these. All of our cantrips are basically additional looks at one of these. We saw what? We saw 2 forces. They pitched one, and we used the second one. They discarded Force of Negation. So these are all winning outs. So like that, 12 winning outs that were left in our deck versus 27. We had the 3 Watery Graves. We had 3 fetches. So out of our land, 18 lands, 12 lands. So let's go like that. Outs. I can't remember how many Ponders, Preordains, anything like that we had. That was in hand. That was in play. That was discarded. Something like outs versus total draws, something like that. So 12 out of about 40, give or take. So sure, I can see your line there having a lot more merit now that we've kind of thought out how many potential outs there were. Because once you get to this, it becomes closer to like a 33% chance to either draw. Well, if we put these back in our live outs, these we'd already seen. So now it's 17 out of 42-ish outs. So somewhere between like 45%, 35 to 45%. So yeah, looking it out like that, I'd say your line has a lot more merit than I initially gave it credit for. Like that is a decent chunk of potential draws that can just lose us the extra life. So sure, not giving them the extra turn there could have very well been relevant. I'll kind of split it down the middle. I'll say I agree to the line to not give them an extra turn and try to keep the Delver to snuff out your own Delver. But I don't think that we can just assume that their last card has to be Past in Flames because they took the Force of Negation. I think that either force effect would have had the same outcome there. So it didn't really matter which force they took. The other one was going to win the game if they didn't have another winning effect after that. Like, we could make an argument that their last card was likely something that would have won, whether it be another Dark Petition, which I guess another Dark Petition wouldn't have won, but a Past in Flames, or something. Um, we could make that argument and I'd be okay, but I don't think we can say, oh, it's exactly Past in Flames because they took Force of Negation. Okay, either way, I think we're kind of legacied out for today. I am going to plan on getting a third Legacy League at some point for just Manowar. I told him he did donate 30, so in my mind, that's 3 leagues. But playing Legacy is mentally exhausting, especially when you're talking about 10 matches. So, just Manowar, I do owe you a third league, and we're going to play it. We might play it like early next week, just do another Legacy day. This is kind of fun. But other than that, I think the list is solid. I really like the Sylvan Libraries out of the board, but I do have to get much better at getting back in the rhythm of my modern or my legacy sequencing. Like I said, it's been a while. There's a lot of new cards in the format that I need to wrap my head around. So I'm going to have to take like a couple days um, to check out more Legacy and see if we can get a little bit better wrap around the format. So I think what I'm going to do is send everybody over to Jarvis U, who's also playing some Legacy. And so everybody who goes over there can say hey for me. Check out an actual Legacy Pro and not my pretending self. But thank you all so much for coming and hanging out today. Greatly enjoyed it. Had a lot of fun. Hope everybody has a fantastic rest of their Thursday. We'll be back to Modern tomorrow. So feel free to come stop by again and check out the content.